You are looking now at live video of lawmakers as they arrive at the U.S. Capitol here in Washington ahead of President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. We've seen some members of his cabinet as well as former lawmakers, former House leadership walking through in front of all the reporters who are gathered to watch these arrivals and cover the speech that is happening here in Washington. Hello and welcome to AP's live stream coverage of President Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. I'm Meg Kennard, AP national politics reporter, and I'm joined tonight by Josh Boak, AP White House reporter. Josh, thank you for being along with me. We're here in Washington, where, as you see on your screen, lawmakers, cabinet officials, and other political dignitaries are gathering in the U.S. House chamber for the president's speech tonight. AP will be bringing you Trump's entire remarks live, as well as the Democratic response and live video reaction from lawmakers before and after. We will also be giving some analysis and walking you through this evening's events. So as we await Donald Trump's departure from the White House to head down to the U.S. Capitol, Josh, I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the topic areas that you anticipate will be coming up tonight. This is not the first big speech we've heard from President Trump. Clearly, the inauguration wasn't that long ago. But tonight, more than a month into this second Trump administration, what are some of the top lines and key issues that you feel certain we'll be hearing about in tonight's speech?
The White House says the theme of the night is the renewal of the American dream. So they're going to talk about the economy and their plans for that. They're going to talk about national security and specifically about the situation with regard to Ukraine and the war that Russia started. As we all know, that possible deal over minerals blew up last week in that meeting with Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. And so Trump's going to look to kind of show leadership on the issue tonight after some controversy. And of course, as we saw today, a trade war started with Mexico, Canada, and China. Now, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick has said to expect an announcement Wednesday to kind of ratchet things down and meet Canada and Mexico in the middle. We don't quite know what that means, but we might get a sense of that tonight, because the start of the trade war saw stock market sell off, saw consumer confidence plunge, and those are going to be vulnerabilities that the president has to address.
Yeah, those key economic areas. I mean, clearly, as you know, you've been writing a lot about tariffs and kind of figuring out how all of these issues are going to be affecting Americans and prices. And that's an issue that during the campaign, which we both covered, we heard constantly from voters talking about how they wanted not as much inflation. They wanted prices to go down. That was affecting their bottom lines. But now they may be on the verge of seeing the effects of some of these tariffs if this situation continues.
And this is really a fundamental challenge for the president. He was elected largely because people said, I want mortgage rates lower. I want the cost of auto loans to go down. I want groceries to be affordable. And they're looking at the situation. They're saying eggs cost more. They're looking at the tariffs and wondering how much more they'd have to pay for clothes. And the most important indicator that we're seeing right now, if you look at the University of Michigan survey of consumer sentiment, right now it's down because of inflation expectations. But among Republicans felt more confident about the economy under Democrat Barack Obama in 2016 than they do under Donald Trump now. That is a possible challenge for the president.
Aside from what you've just talked about and clearly all of the issues around the economy and tariffs, what else do you think that we're going to be hearing about? During the campaign, we heard from voters on a litany of issues that they were interested in and maybe why they were choosing between the two major party candidates. What else do you think we'll hear reflected in what Donald Trump's going to be talking about tonight?
Well, we both know the president is a showman. He made his reputation on TV with The Apprentice, and he needs a made-for-TV event. We saw that in his 2020 State of the Union. His speeches tend to run about 120 minutes, so that's a long time. To give you some context on that, when Woodrow Wilson first did this in 1913, it was only 28 minutes long.
Wow.
So Trump has to figure out how to hold the country's attention. He can't let people get bored. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing is we look at the guests in the audience. He wants to further the Republican agenda by cracking down on immigration, by showing support for police.
Looking here on your screen, there are more lawmakers arriving, walking through Statuary Hall on their way into the U.S. House. That just included House Speaker Mike Johnson. We're going to be seeing some more members of the House and the Senate walking through in this next 40 minutes or so before we expect to see President Donald Trump in the House chamber. Lots of media gathered there, and I would imagine that we'll be seeing some maybe stop and give remarks afterward, but perhaps not at this juncture as they head into their seats. So, Josh, speaking of those lawmakers who are coming in now, getting ready to hear from Donald Trump for maybe 120 minutes, we'll see. What have we been hearing in the lead up to this speech, to tonight's speech, maybe from Mike Johnson, but also from some Democrats in terms of what they anticipate hearing and how they think that those issues might be playing out among American voters and citizens?
Sure. So Speaker Johnson, there's going to be a lot of pressure on him because he's going to be on camera the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
So his responses and reactions to what the president says are really going to matter. So he's already kind of said, look, the president's going to do what the president does, and Republicans are going to support that, right? He is there as a cheerleader. Democrats need to be able to show their resistance to Trump, and they plan to do that by doing things like inviting fired federal workers.
Right. I saw today in my inbox a bunch of releases coming in from Democratic lawmakers noting, as we see from the president and Republicans, pointing out exactly what you say. People have lost their jobs or maybe been affected by some of what they characterize as Trump's policies that are damaging the economy. So I guess that's their way of kind of having a voice in reaction to this.
And in a sense, what they're trying to do is shortcut where they've been on the defense, right? The Trump White House wanted them to defend the bureaucracy by bringing those fired workers from DOJ into this speech. What they're really saying is we're defending people. We're going to see if that message works tonight. Now, some lawmakers are skipping the event altogether. That includes Virginia Congressman Jerry Connolly. So some of them just don't see their presence as necessarily being productive. And we should really look to see how full are those seats? How are people reacting? How are they greeting each other before the president arrives? Is this kind of friendly, or are we seeing those tensions?
That's what I was kind of wondering, because there's been a lot of coverage in the past couple of days about Democratic lawmakers potentially skipping or having some sort of a vocal opposition to what the president is saying. And it kind of got me wondering how many would actually choose not to be there at all, or if there would be some movement at some point to get up and leave. All things that when we think about covering State of the Union addresses or joint addresses like this one, I feel like in years past that wouldn't have been something that would fit the decorum of this event, but now it kind of seems like something that we might anticipate seeing, kind of given how the tenor and animosity sometimes in these sorts of events has gotten escalated in recent years.
Well, what we saw over the course of Trump's first term is he figured out how to make these speeches his own. So by the 2020 State of the Union, he gave the Medal of Freedom to radio host Rush Limbaugh. He called out Democrats as socialists, talked about the sanctuary cities. In a sense, he wants this to be his night. And the question for the Democrats is how they show opposition without disrespecting the office of the presidency itself.
You mentioned Rush Limbaugh, who was clearly one of the president's guests during that address. What do we know about who we can anticipate seeing in terms of the president's guests or the first lady's guest? Who's going to be up in the balcony?
So the first lady is bringing with her a 15-year-old named Elliston Berry from Texas, who is the victim of an explicit deep fake image by her classmates. And that's kind of part of the first lady's agenda to address those issues. You have Stephanie Diller, the widow of a New York Police Department officer who was slain. Mark Fogel, who recently came back after being detained in Russia. You might have seen the pictures of him. He had an Iron City beer in his hand.
Absolutely.
His 95-year-old mother. Trump offered to let him tour the Lincoln bedroom, kind of very unusual, but very intense. And then you have relatives of Corey Compateri, who was the Pennsylvania fire chief, who was killed during the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt. So you kind of see where Trump wants law enforcement to stand with him. He wants to be able to push the First Lady's agenda. These guests often carry symbolic resonance because it's a chance to show empathy.
It seems like that's a varied group of people representing different pieces of issues that Donald Trump has said he wants to advocate for or push forward. And even, as you note, hearkening back to Butler and the campaign and the tragic events that we saw playing out there on the campaign trail, we've seen those kinds of symbolic people and memories, I guess, come into different pieces of other speeches that he's given and during the RNC and things like that. So it's kind of like with that guest list, in a way, President Trump is kind of reminding us of the candidate that he was and also bringing some of that imagery into this first big congressional joint address of his second administration.
And this is also a standard feature of all of these speeches. If you go over time to State of the Union's joint addresses to Congress, the president always brings guests, and they always tend to be people who aren't necessarily celebrities, but individuals who've overcome extraordinary odds. This is a chance to inspire the crowd and put your policy into human form.
All right, we are seeing on our screen there is a bit of activity happening at the White House. Again, that is where President Donald Trump is currently. We expect him in perhaps a matter of moments, maybe a little bit longer, to be making his way over to the U.S. House. As you see on the right-hand side of the screen, more members of the cabinet making that journey through Statuary Hall. There was just Doug Burgum there, who obviously was a contender for the Republican nomination himself until endorsing Donald Trump, and now is part of his cabinet. So these arrivals continue to happen. Again, more members of Congress will be coming through as well. But on the left, you see reporters are gathered awaiting Donald Trump's departure from the White House, when he will then begin to make his own way over to the Capitol to give this address, which is slated to start in just over half an hour from now. So, Josh, again, let's talk about some of the other people who are going to be in attendance for this address. Members of both the House and Senate. Clearly, we've talked about that, these special guests on the president's list. I say special, he has actually said that there are guests, but then there will be special guests. Do we know anything about the differences between what that might mean? If there are some unknown names, some big surprises that may have a more lofty designation?
I don't know at this stage because, full disclosure, I've been dealing with tariff wars since about 5 a.m. So I have not tried to dig deep on the special guests. But who knows, right? This is someone who wants a made-for-TV moment. And as we know, in any TV series, when you have the guest stars, that's when you get the ratings.
Right, absolutely. I would imagine there will be a few surprises maybe seated in there. And if we are in for a 120-minute speech, I guess that would be a way to keep the attention. We'll be watching anyway, but hopefully at home there will be people also continuing to tune into our live stream, since we will be bringing the entire remarks as well as the Democratic response thereafter. One person we haven't talked about yet is Elon Musk, who is not officially part of the government or the cabinet, but is clearly playing a major role in a lot of what the new Trump administration is working on here in Washington and across the country. I assume that we'll see him tonight. Do you know?
I'm guessing he will be there in some form. If his physical presence is not there, his spirit definitely will be. Right? We've seen Musk all over Washington. He went to CPAC, brandished a chainsaw. He has worn T-shirts and his MAGA hat. He's shown up in the Oval Office with his son, X. He was on the plane coming back from West Palm Beach on Sunday night with his son, X, and his mother. Right? Elon Musk has been a constant presence in Trump's presidency. And why is he there? Well, he's promised Trump that he can do something that Congress hasn't been able to do, which is cut spending. In a sense, the Trump presidency is in a tough spot because the deficit and the cost of debt service has been so high that it's hard to get economic benefits from tax cuts. And also, high interest rates mean higher mortgage rates and higher auto loans for consumers. So it's going to be hard to fight inflation so long as interest rates are this high. And the easiest way to bring them down when you talk to Trump aides is to cut the debt. But to cut the debt means to make some politically unpopular moves. And that's what Musk has been doing. Now, so far, if you look at the actual cuts, they haven't been nearly large enough to address the problems that we face, because government spending is growing, particularly in Social Security and Medicare, and the taxes we charge aren't keeping up with those expenses.
And from what I had seen this past week and going into last week as well, some Republican lawmakers, since only 20% of the federal government is here in Washington, 80% is outside in the rest of America. And Republican lawmakers, when they've been returning to their home districts when they're out of session, have been met with some criticism from some of their constituents of, these are things that are affecting us. What are you going to do to help us? What have we seen in terms of Republicans kind of expressing any doubt for what's happening, or how are they voicing what they think about it?
We've seen Republicans face a lot of pushback in town halls. We've seen them question what the president is doing without necessarily criticizing the president outright, because they still like the message that Musk is giving of combating waste, fraud, and abuse.
Okay, so thank you. Sorry to interrupt you, Josh, but we do have President Donald Trump departing the White House. Let's take a look and listen in for a moment. There you saw President Donald Trump exiting the White House, getting into his motorcade and preparing to make that journey across town to the U.S. Capitol. We did not hear him make any remarks to the reporters there, capturing images and hoping to get some audio from that moment. A quick trip just down the street, basically. The president will be heading into the U.S. Capitol, where his speech is slated to begin in about 30 minutes.
And that car he's in is known as the Beast.
Okay, talk to me about that.
All right, so many times when you cover the president, you get to see the Beast up close. And the doors have got to be this thick. You realize what he's really traveling in is like a tank. It is designed to protect the president. And of course, one of the things about the Beast is whenever the president travels in it, all the streets shut down. You see what life is like without traffic. You see stranded motorists on the other side. Now, during Joe Biden's presidency, often also on the side were protesters. So far, we haven't seen as much kind of protest momentum against President Trump. But this weekend, for the first time outside his golf course, we began to see people protesting over him not backing Ukraine. And it will be interesting to see if this particular issue captures some momentum.
Absolutely. I remember during the campaign going all across the country, following particularly Donald Trump's campaign. That was where much of my focus was. But it would be pretty frequent that there would be some sort of a semblance of people gathered to voice opposition to him or to his candidacy. Clearly, he won the election. He is the new president. But what you just point out about Ukraine, I have heard from some Republicans and seen other coverage of a bit of concern as to what happened in the Oval Office this past week, and wondering what that means not only for the United States' relationship with Ukraine and what that could mean for the conflict overall, but also just U.S. foreign policy. And I think what I would anticipate we're going to hear tonight from President Donald Trump is aiming to set the table in terms of the role that he wants the U.S. to play, not just in that conflict, but in the broader international relations sphere, which, as we know, particularly from his candidacy and his first administration, those are some places where he would like to make some changes.
And he faced a real moral challenge today from Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, who basically said, look, Trump is imposing tariffs on U.S. allies, people who fought with the U.S. in World War II, Afghanistan, have stood by the U.S., and is siding, and this was a key criticism by Trudeau, with Russian leader Vladimir Putin, who Trudeau basically called a murderer. What Trump needs to be able to show is why he's making this journey, but also he's going to face criticism for it. That's very clear, because this is an abrupt change in American foreign policy since World War II. He is essentially rewriting America's relationship with Europe, America's relationship with Russia, America's relationship with Panama and the Panama Canal. We don't know how this is going to turn out, but there is a bet that America can use its economic heft to tell the rest of the world what to do and how it should behave. And Trump would say that he is behaving in America's best interests by doing that. But Democrats have their doubts that we're making our friends into our enemies.
It's interesting that you mentioned Panama, because I remember in the first days of the second Trump administration, that seemed to be one of the major things that people were talking about. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, on his first trip, clearly went to Latin America and was talking with leaders about the Trump administration's purview as it relates to the Panama Canal and things that they would like to institute there. But now it seems that lately, at least, a lot of the focus has shifted back to those countries involved in the tariff disputes that you've been reporting so much about, Mexico and Canada and also China.
Yeah, although, look, we also saw a potential takeover of Greenland that President Trump wanted to do. The point is, on the foreign policy realm, there is always something with him. And we see an expansionary and a go-it-alone tendency thus far. We really don't know how that plays out. We really don't know how that makes Americans safer. One of the burdens that Trump will face is explaining why his agenda really helps to deliver the results he's promised.
Looking now again at Statuary Hall, where lawmakers are continuing to make their way through from the Senate side over to the House side. We've seen some other senators coming through, and those reporters hoping to get some comments from them, but mostly just gathering images at this point, because it is time for all of the lawmakers to take their seats. You just saw a few moments ago President Donald Trump departing the White House. He is making that quick journey, as Josh noted, without traffic or any stops from the White House over to the U.S. Capitol. And we anticipate that he will be in the building shortly, although his remarks aren't slated to begin until 9 p.m. Eastern. So let's just keep our eyes on Statuary Hall here for a moment.
This really is not quite like the red carpet at the Oscars, right, where people are showing fashion or anything like this. These are really people coming in to work for this moment. We tend to forget that it's a requirement that the president give an address to Congress.
And right there, sorry to interrupt, we see Vice President J.D. Vance making his way over. Clearly he, with several members of the Senate, clearly he will be one of those two people seated behind the president as he gives his remarks tonight.
We see John Thune, the Republican leader in the Senate, right behind him. And Vance will be sitting right behind President Trump tonight, which is one of those prime spots.
Some Democratic senators coming through and some Republicans, Ted Cruz of Texas.
See Jeff Merkley, you see Josh Hawley, there's Bernie Sanders. Yeah. Elizabeth Warren. There's Michael Bennet of Colorado. Adam Schiff of California. There's Katie Britt, who delivered the response to Joe Biden's State of the Union last year. Ed Markey of Massachusetts. There's Susan Collins, the senator from Maine, who was very worried about Trump's tariffs on Canada because Maine's economy is so integrated with its neighbor.
And often she has been an outspoken critic of many Republican policies, despite also being in the Republican Party.
Because that is a state where Democrats are still competitive. And what you really see in these moments are the tensions in those states that could go either way.
Speaking of senators, let's talk a little bit about the Democratic response tonight. Clearly, as we noted, this is a brief remarks, not nearly as long as we anticipate the president's remarks will be, but always something that happens from the opposition party to the one that is in the White House. So tonight will be given by a Democrat, and it's a new senator, although someone not new to Congress, Democratic Senator Elissa Slotkin of Michigan. Why do you think that she's been chosen by the Democrats to give this highly watched, highly anticipated speech in response tonight?
Well, the first thing is she won a state as a Democrat that went to Trump in the presidential.
While you're talking, sorry to interrupt, but now we see J.D. Vance coming into the House chamber being greeted by a lot of Republican members of Congress. Go ahead, Josh.
But then secondly, Slotkin, before she was a lawmaker, worked in national security. So when she talks about issues like Ukraine or the Middle East or Europe or China, she speaks with a moral authority. And Democrats want that moral authority to resonate. Often these responses are not just brief, but sometimes full of follies. You remember when Marco Rubio, who was then a senator in Florida, tried to drink water. Last year, Alabama Senator Katie Britt had remarks that were widely parodied because of how she decided to modulate her voice. In a sense, you just don't want to screw up the response, and you want to give clear talking points that help reset voters' minds.
I think a lot of times, too, when we're looking at the lawmakers chosen for these moments, there's somebody who's seen as a rising star in their party, one to watch, so to speak. And Alyssa Slotkin had a very competitive race for the Senate. She flipped a district when she came into the U.S. House back in 2018. As you note, has all kinds of credentials on her own prior to her service in Congress, and is often mentioned, not to forget that she's from a swing state as well, but often mentioned on those lists of Democratic lawmakers to watch in this now Republican-controlled Washington Congress.
Exactly. In a sense, Democrats, we can see Nancy Mace of
South Carolina.
And she's talking to the vice president. They seem to be having a great time together. But she's very persistent. And who's that? That's Tom Cotton, the Arkansas senator, right behind the vice president. But to your point, yes, Alyssa Slotkin, often perceived of as an up-and-comer because of the political wins they've had. Although, again, this is the president's night. And so much of what the president says is going to set the terms for what happens afterward. Now, if we look just off to the right, you can see Congressman Chip Roy there. Congressman Roy is really important because he's the biggest deficit hawk. And one of the challenges that President Trump faces, as we know, is bringing down the deficit. When he was last president, the country spent about $325 billion a year servicing the debt. Well, now we're spending about $1 trillion. It's more than $600 billion in mandatory spending that Trump now has to do. That's a challenge for him.
We also see there Tim Scott of South Carolina, also chairman of the NRSC.
And someone who wanted Vance's position, right? Scott not just ran for president, he also really aggressively put his hat in the ring to be vice president.
He became one of the president's fiercest advocates after ending his own campaign. And I live in South Carolina and have been reporting there for about 2 decades now. And I remember getting a lot of questions from people I've known for a long time, wondering why was Tim Scott giving such a vocal endorsement of Trump right ahead of the South Carolina primary, which, as we know, can be very pivotal, both the Democratic and Republican campaigns. And to your point, we didn't know who Trump's running mate was going to be at that time. And Tim Scott was certainly one of those names that would continue to be mentioned. And, he campaigned fiercely for Trump in New Hampshire and through South Carolina and then beyond, and now is in Senate leadership on the campaign side. So we'll be seeing a lot more of him ahead of the midterms for sure.
That's right. And when Trump wants to talk about what he's done for poor populations, he often references the opportunity zones that Senator Scott came up with. Now, if you look at the data, they really have not made the impact that's been promised. But that's been one of his key talking points. All right, there is Speaker Johnson with the vice president.
Taking their positions there, right behind where the president will be giving this joint address to Congress. And I can imagine that in key points during this speech tonight, when there is going to be a standing ovation, we will start to see them standing up before the rest of the chamber. Since as both Republicans, they will, we always see those kinds of things happen in unison, pretty much for these big addresses.
And that is J.D. Vance's wife, Usha, with her guests. The two of them met at Yale Law School. I believe the story is famously set up by Yale law prof Amy Chua, who wrote that Battle of the...
Broadcasting live from the Free Speech Studios. Deep within the city of Fountain. With over 4 years of satisfying the curious mind and looking damn sexy while doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, Phantom Fact Society.
Here we go. Back to the Trump stuff. We will save you from this nightmare of Associated Press. I sure hope that they don't comment. Dear God, please don't comment through this. It's a pretty historic night, ladies and gentlemen.
It's exciting.
It is. It is exciting. These guys, though, I tell you what, they just love to chit-chat all day long. I talked to my liberal friends today. Just did a quick check on their sanity before this. Wanted to test the waters. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a good Christian, you should check on your liberal friends. You should. Those they've been through a lot these last 30 days, and it's about to get immensely worse.
Government didn't leave him a tip on that butthole.
Oh, wow! Wow! We have standards. This is why she's research director. Is this a mute button here? Research director's been researching some other stuff, and we are in politic mode.
You gave me a microphone.
She likes the sound of her voice. So, so because we don't know what's coming. I mean, we have yet to see. Trump has kept his. I don't think any of the speech has been leaked yet. You know, normally they would have like the transcript they'd give to Pelosi, and then she'd sneak it off to someone, and everyone have their talking points.
Right. I haven't seen anything out there yet.
No, I haven't seen anything either. Now, this is the AP, and they have lost all their propaganda funding, so they might be trying to play nice.
We'll see.
Here's the thing. I think they're all trying to play nice because they know there are massive lawsuits for defamation coming against them, and they are trying their best. You see J.D. Vance in the back there? Could he look? I mean, look at this guy. He wants to be president. Hands in pocket. Not even the suit buttoned up. Is that Elon over there? There's Elon. Elon, of course, Elon's going to be there. Elon retweeted Project Constitution's post the other day. So just proving robots love robot language.
It's fitting.
No, that's a big deal. We're happy for Project.
Congratulations.
That's a big win, Project. We're happy for you. And listen, it doesn't matter how the truth gets out. We just want it out. That's what we're a fan of here at Phantom Facts. is facts coming out. And sometimes it's better to have the robots write your stuff for you, you know, just because it allows for you to be uninhibited by
Until Terminator is wrong.
well, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Okay, we're seeing some members of the Trump family who have also gathered there in the balcony above the U.S. House floor to await the president's remarks. Also, a few moments ago, we caught a glimpse of Elon Musk, who is indeed there in the House chamber. I believe he was perhaps sitting on the stairs somewhere in.
Kash Patel is that big guy. You see that big guy talking to the little fella right there?
Yep.
He is getting worked over. That guy's got something to say. Kash was trying to get out of that conversation. He's like, yeah,
Bye.
No, I literally have 3 million people that want me dead. I don't care. That guy's probably like, then eggs went up $2 and it's gotta stop.
He wanted to keep walking. Not
Yeah.
today, sir.
No, this is listen, everyone is here. It is about Trump. What is Trump freaked out on Ukraine has changed the entire narrative. You know, we didn't talk about this near enough, but when both of those people visited, the British Prime Minister and the French Prime Minister Macron and his lovely husband Gary. I can't remember what his name was.
I don't know.
Bridget.
I'm sure it's Karen.
They kept correcting Trump. No, Russia did this. No, Russia was the aggressor, and Trump kept holding true to his facts. And I saw this. I thought this is very odd, you know, because narratives are very important when it comes to war. And you don't just start in the middle of year 3 of a war and back to Kash Patel. He got away. All right, Kash Patel got away. All right, here we go. JD.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House to escort the President of the United States into the chamber the following: the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise; the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McClain; the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson; the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Reschenthaler; the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore; the gentlewoman from Indiana, Mrs. Houchin; the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn; the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries; the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark; the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar; the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu; the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse; the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene; the gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. Dingle.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the committee on the part of the Senate to escort the President of the United States into the House chamber: the Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune; the Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso; the Senator from Arkansas, Mr. Cotton; the Senator from Oklahoma, Mr. Lankford; the Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito; the Senator from South Carolina, Mr. Scott; the Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer; the Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin; the Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar; the Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Booker; the Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
We will leave you now to watch as the joint session of Congress gets ready to hear from President Donald Trump, set to make his address here in just moments. We will bring you the entirety of his remarks live, as well as the Democratic response to follow. And we will be back with you shortly to discuss all of these remarks, as well as perhaps hear live from members of Congress and get their reaction. So we will leave you to listen in at this moment, and we will be back with you after the president's joint address.
Time. Jesus, felt like I was watching a British funeral.
Speaker, the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Ooh, I love this part. This is my favorite part. He has to officially be announced in by Congress to walk into this hall. because they're separate powers. So by invite only.
You may enter.
Oh, half the people won't stand up for him. I love that. All the military guys are, though. That's a smart move. Smart move. Come on. Trump is so good about this, you know. Like, the Democrats had a higher ABC, which was, you know, everyone loves a good old ABC television show,
Every day.
to literally run their propaganda wing for the January 6th commissions. They were horrible at television making. Donald Trump, the first Republican to ever be good at making quality television live. I mean, just if that's the only thing he's known for, you got to give him that.
Nailed it.
It's a great, it's a great. He's great at presenting this. And I think they got to bring in the Supreme Court justices have yet to come in. This lady down here, call me. Now call me. I love watching these other people. They're all wasted.
It looked like
every single one of these people. Do not let them fool you, people. These wonderful public officials are all drunk, and it's sort of.
United States Supreme Court.
That's great.
All right, Supreme Court. And they're really struggling with audio right now, huh? Come on, AP. Get your stuff together. No, take your time, guys. Wish I could wear a dress into the chambers. Listen, I'm all down for a kill. I'm down for it.
I already picked it out.
You already picked me out a kill.
I did. It's in the cart.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What? You'll see it here first on X, folks.
You're welcome, people.
Yes. Fresh from X, already selfie pictures coming in of people inside the established hall there. This breaking in, Antifa tried to block the route of the president on his way. Yeah, no, this is.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not. That's not surprising at all. Look at this. I mean, what are they doing? That's Antifa for you.
Anything they can.
I mean, I didn't get to talk about it, but there was a lot of people that dressed up as MAGA supporters that were working with Antifa at that January 6th riot. And there's plenty of videos of you watching them switch out of their clothing.
Wow.
And they wanted Trump people to look bad.
It didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't. It did not work, thank God.
Almost sounds like a bunch of little hens.
Yeah, they do. Before I was really interrupted by the Supreme Court justices, I was going to highlight how you can sort of tell what type of drunks people are. You can tell the friendly drunks. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you see that blonde in the purple dress down there? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is a friendly drunk. She will probably bang you for 2 Jack and Cokes. But you can see some of these people, they're angry drunks. There's one lady right behind, and she's just sort of pouting there. You see her in the sort of the
The
off
beach?
rows. Yes, yes. She's a loner drinker.
Yeah, that was.
Speaking of drinking, do we celebrate?
Mm.
We got to get rid of this French pear brandy because we no longer support the French. Fuck Macron.
But can't waste liquor. So
And
we're
let
gonna
me
drink
just
it.
say, as amazing as this thing is, it's not very good. So, fuck the French. That's not nice. I shouldn't say that. You know, between Macron and his husband, I think they have like 6 kids. Viva la, viva la libertad. Well, we have to liberate them. Maybe that's the announcement. The announcement tonight is going to be we're going to align with Russia, and we are going to liberate Europe in World War III. You heard it here.
Boop, boop.
Why not do that?
You want some water?
No, not on the microphone. You mustn't know. I chased it with water.
You also have to with that.
It really is. Oh. I can't wait to eat the pear.
How are you gonna get it out of there?
I've gotten into some tighter spaces before. I'm not too worried.
Indeed.
Ah, welcome, all 18 of you. We are happy to have you live, waiting for the fashionably late and yet always on time President Trump to show up. You are here with Phantom Fact Society. I am your host, Cussing with Hussing, Corey at Phantom Society, with my off-camera, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous, seductress, titillating personality, the research director, has joined us. Because this is big day, ladies and gentlemen. They will talk about this long after we're dead. So, enjoy it. Let's celebrate. We've already popped the brandy.
Rewriting history books.
We're rewriting history today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's celebrate. The First Lady has shown. Melania Trump. What do you think of her outfit?
Not bad. Little old lady-ish, but I get it. Very conservative.
I love it. Aren't you better having that than Kamala Harris's fat husband trying to walk down the
Oh
stairs?
no, I completely agree. Yes.
Look at this. This lady sets a
She's
standard.
beautiful.
But wouldn't you be happy to know that your daughters end up dressing like this? You know? Like, that's a well-respected woman. Oh, look at that. Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, all right. She just seems nice, you know?
Mm-hmm.
She seems like, we got...
Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
President's cabinet walking out. I always love looking for who they want to talk to. Right? There's some pushy people out there, you know?
Oh, definitely.
Welcome, all 20 of you, to watching this historic joint of Congress address that Trump will be doing tonight. We're excited here with Phantom Fact Society. Me and the research director. You can't see her. She should probably be the one on camera.
No.
If you were on camera, No one would watch this Trump speech. And that's why we don't put her on camera.
You're welcome, people.
But if you want to check out her OnlyFans, no. Feet pics only. Feet pic. I'm joking.
Aliens.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Genius. Don't. No.
Mm-mm.
We're in the middle of production. We can't give away our secrets.
Nope.
Can't do it. All 21 of you, welcome. Yeah, we are. It's always climbing, and we appreciate that. Feel free to call in to the show today. We will put the link for StreamYard in the comments. And you are more than welcome to call in and after Trump's speech and give us your honest opinion. What you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? Any idea? I'm
No.
fascinated. All right, a lot of hugs going on to the cabinet.
I'm very interested to see what's going to happen.
I know. There's some very awkward. They see that black lady on the bottom there. She's like,
Mhm.
I want to be nice, but I can't be nice to these people. This is cult behavior, people, right?
Definitely.
This is called. Oh, this lady in the green. She's having a discussion.
It's serious.
I'm gonna
Waving
say
hands.
liberal, divorcee.
Unless he's, never mind.
No. What? No. Tell me.
She's still the age. I mean, he could be dead already.
That's true. She may have just given up. I shouldn't be mean. We'll come out to find out later that she's like a gold star mother, and I'll be a horrible human being.
Maybe.
It's coming, folks. Trump's building up anticipation.
He loves to be the star of the show.
He has to be. He is the star of the
He
show.
is.
You know, he really is. There's Burgum, the North Dakota, former governor of North Dakota. I tell you one thing, conservative radio in North Dakota is the best conservative radio anywhere. And it blew my mind. It's better than South Dakota, Iowa, Georgia, Texas. The conservative talk show hosts on North Dakota radio, and it's probably because no one listens to them. But they don't care. They tell it how it is. And it's very fascinating how the propaganda doesn't get up to them that quick north.
No.
I'm curious to see how they're going to handle this Canada interaction.
It'd be interesting.
Right, this is a part of the year. Look at that, hugs being made. There's RFK Jr. He just came out and said that it's unhealthy to be anti-Semitic. So everyone's a little upset with the whole RFK Jr. because being anti-Semitic has nothing to do with health. I mean, right? What are we doing? We're all kissing the ring of Israel right now.
And why? Why? Stop.
I don't get it either. And what a thing for Israel to force RFK to say that.
It's horrible.
You give him time. He's plotting his revenge.
I hope so.
I hope so too. Or maybe that's just a sacrifice he's willing to make in order to make sure all our kids are healthy. That could be it too. So,
I'm not against it. I get it.
but it's just like, God damn it.
Right.
I'm over hearing about how hard the Jews have it.
Yes.
We have it hard here. I've seen streets that are in worse shape than Gaza.
What was it I told you yesterday about the street?
I listened intently and I remember. But for emphasis, I would love for you to tell the audience because it sounds so much more melodic coming from your voice.
Our vehicles have to be safe for the roads, but the roads do not have to be safe for us or the vehicles.
Yeah, well, but our taxes pay for the roads.
Brr, brr, brr. No.
Yes. I'll make her into a libertarian yet, folks. It's research director here.
Mm.
Shout out to all 22 watching you. Trump is still yet to show up. The Supreme Court justices have showed. The cabinet has showed. J.D. Vance is not buttoned up suit, casually laughing and chugging down water, we assume. And now we are just waiting. Melania has shown up. Everyone's shown up.
Except for
Trump. So a lot of chit chatting, a lot of discussing. Look at these people. I think Trump shows up in 4 minutes, I bet. 8:15, 15 minutes. We're at 8:11 now. Welcome, everyone here on the live stream tonight. Once Trump enters, we will focus on El Donaldo. I don't know if you saw the Prime Minister threatening Donald Trump today on Twitter.
I didn't.
He said, and to one American, I have a specific message, eh? Mr. Donald. I'm like,
Wow.
you going to address our president by first name?
No, sir.
Listen, I'm not buying maple syrup and aluminum until there's a change.
I will enjoy that.
Is American maple syrup so much different? I mean, couldn't you just go to a tree on the border and, is it really that different?
I don't know. Get working on it.
Listen. Just because you have a big black microphone in front of your face doesn't mean
So comfortable.
that, okay. All right. This was a mistake. Oh, special guest. Chris joining the show. Chris, welcome aboard. We are waiting for Donald to show up. Just a fun Tuesday night chilling with the villains.
You think he's coming in with smoke and fireworks? That's what's taking so long?
Well, Antifa tried to block his route.
Oh.
Yeah. So, I mean, they already had to take a secondary route to get there.
Guess what? Oh.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
There he is.
Okay, we got eyes on him.
We got eyes on him. Donald Trump has been cited. Hair's looking a little bit more white. I might tell you. If you notice that. Or maybe he's just a little less tan.
Yeah. What about all the Democrats wearing pink tonight?
We know everyone's drunk, right? We're trying to find the mean drunks versus the happy drunks versus the lonely drunks. And I think the head of the pink lady we discovered was,
Definitely. Ooh, that one gave him a wink.
Oh, there's Marjorie Taylor Greene. She will convert you to Republicanism and sleep with your father. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. Wearing a hat. Trump was right about everything.
Oh, did you see this? My stock portfolio is down 47%.
That's on you, Mr. President.
Yeah.
It's on you. Tough luck. He's like, don't touch my ear. Don't touch the hair.
Yeah.
Don't touch the hair. I love watching the people that want to say hi. I mean, it's amazing.
Not one person on his left is acknowledging
No,
the president.
I'm impressed they stood. Some of them. I guess there are a few people sitting down, huh? No.
They should just crop dust that whole side.
There's Schumer. A funny note, Donald Trump gave Chuck Schumer his first job in New York. Found that out. They go way back. But it is politicking season, so Chuck Schumer can only stare at him with disgust. I can't believe. All right, we're getting to the justices. Marco Rubio still beaten from not saying one thing during that Vladimir Zelensky interaction. His ears have also grown. I don't know if you noticed that. They have grown twice the size from 10 years ago. Side by side of Marco Rubio's ears. I don't know what that means. You know, when someone's nose gets bigger, we all know what that means. But is that the Disney effect? You know, just slowly get Dumbo ears? Or
I guess. It's a lack of collagen.
lack of balls? We know Marco likes to swing both ways. All right, getting through the girls.
Everybody's half mailing it in now with the claps. They're like, hurry up.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of clapping. A lot of clapping night. Oh, chance. Yep. Shaking the hands of J.D. Vance. Handing out the speech, as is tradition. Full house here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. This has been really propped up as a big talk. So let's hope we break some norms tonight.
There we go.
Oh, let it breathe. Let it breathe. Let's get another boost of energy in there.
Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States.
Oh, here we go.
It's amazing.
Stand.
I'm telling you, she made those out of drapes. She's making a point tonight. Those are beautiful drapes Melania wearing.
Members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
I mean, nobody could even get seated before he threw it out there.
He does look like he has to take a poop. He's got to fix the leaning in there.
I figured that's why he was late.
He clogged the toilet.
Good luck.
Dang mud dragon.
6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
You know how you notice how he turned himself to face the Democrats when he said that 4 to 8 years. You shitheads.
Oh, this is a lot of slam dunking tonight. I want someone to accidentally.
To this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes. We won the popular vote by big numbers and won counties in our country.
Ah!
The side eye. Sit down, mister, with the cane. Sit down.
Get down.
It's just a big old fraternity.
And won counties in our country, 2,700 to 525.
Get it out.
A map that reads almost completely red for Republican. Now, for the first time in modern history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever. Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded.
Mr. President.
A 41-point jump.
Mike Johnson.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning.
Yeah. Get his ass out of there.
Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant at Arms to restore order to the joint session.
Who is that Yahoo standing up?
I don't know. We need to find out. This is definitely a photo op point. Obviously, to disrupt the public from hearing the monumental news.
Mr. Green, take your seat. Take your seat, sir.
Mr. Green.
Take your seat.
Sergeant at Arms is now.
Finding that members continue to engage in willful and concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant at Arms to restore order. Remove this gentleman from the chamber.
See ya.
Here we go.
Fucking body slam him. Grab
I
him by his,
know, right? What are we doing here?
grab him by his ponytail and escort him out of here.
There we go. All right, buddy. Yeah, Mr. Green, I don't know where he's from or who he represents.
Members are directed to
Mexico?
uphold and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
While he is talking.
Who are the two guys sitting left and right of
In
Johnson
fact,
and
it has been
Vance?
stated by many that the first month of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever. They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month, and virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
Oh, what do we have here?
Save Medicaid. Really?
Got 100, got 100, got 200, 200, got 300, 300, got 100, got 500.
So Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
Hold the line! Hold the line!
Be the one to look so embarrassed on the phone.
Yeah. Oh, the other one's real proud though. She got
Every
it.
day, my
up.
administration is fighting to deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World Health Organization. And I also withdrew from the anti-American UN Human Rights Council. We ended all of Biden's environmental restrictions that were making our country far less safe and totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic destruction.
It's just like a Catholic mass, how I envision it. Up, down, up, down.
They're all going to have abs after this. The chorus
To
has to be so
unshackle
strong.
our economy,
The one
I
guy
have
they showed,
directed that for every
he was half
one
up,
new
half down. He's
regulation,
like, fuck it, I'm
10
gonna stay right
old
here.
regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job. And we have ended weaponized government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
He keeps this up, panties and bras are going to be thrown at the podium.
And
There's
I
my-
stopped all government censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America. I renamed the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
Gulf of America. That's what he named it.
And likewise, I renamed for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again.
Yeah. I don't even know anything about McKinley.
Beautiful Alaska.
What was it
We
named?
love Alaska.
Some ancient historical
We
name.
ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military. And our country will be woke no longer.
Where was that pointed at? Old Chucky?
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
I want to see the generals get up and clap.
I know. Wait till he announces war with China or something.
I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
Like I'm better now, though, guys. Like I'm better. A little better.
Wait, she was an all-state, all-star
No.
volleyball player?
Nope. Nope.
I'm just agreeing. I was just saying what he said.
And if you really want to see numbers, just take a look at what happened in the women's boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer. What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never, ever going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again. Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job. A major focus of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
We got one. We got one to stand.
And frankly, we have never seen anything.
Maybe there was no room on the
like
other
it.
side.
That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency.
Okay. Just clap.
As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
Yeah.
My administration is also working on a gigantic natural gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Rare earths.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
Taxpayer
To
dollar.
that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency, GOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Was Elon in the building? Oh, there he is.
Oh, there
Which is headed by Elon Musk, who is in the gallery tonight.
Hello. Oh.
Symbolism.
Symbolism. It's not a giant pussy he's making with his hands.
That is a please don't kill me.
Thank
Please
you,
don't kill
Elon.
me.
He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe. They just don't want to admit that. Just listen to some of the appalling waste we have already identified. $22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian
one's ever heard of
empowerment
them.
in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. I don't know what we're doing. Should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
Hell yeah, Elon.
Yep, there's no Teddy. Who am I clapping at? Where are they? They here? I didn't know they were here. Did they help me
We've
bomb?
taken back the money and reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old. It lists 3.6 million people from ages 110 to 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are rather elderly, but not quite that elderly. 3.47 million people from ages 120 to 129.
Damn.
3.9 million people from ages 130 to 139. 3.5 million people from ages 140 to 149. And money is being paid to many of them. And we're searching right now. In fact, Pam, good luck. Good luck. You're going to find it. But a lot of money is paid out to people because it just keeps getting paid and nobody does. And it really hurts Social Security and hurts our country. 1.3 million people from ages 150 to 159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country than I thought, Bobby.
Everybody's drinking the baby's blood. Come on, Bobby.
Ah, Bobby.
Including, to finish, 1,039 people between the ages of 220 and 229, one person between the age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country. But we're going to find out where that money's going. And it's not going to be pretty. By slashing all of the fraud, waste, and theft we can find, we will defeat inflation, bring down mortgage rates, lower car payments and grocery prices, protect our seniors, and put more money in the pockets of American families.
People get upset about saving. Is everyone standing for that one? No?
And today, interest rates took a beautiful drop, big, beautiful drop. It's about time. And in the near
are they back in
future,
the
I want
twos?
to do what has not been done in 24 years, balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
Say what?
Dang. All right. All right. Oh, there's Karen over there, whoever that is.
With that goal in mind, we have developed in great detail what we are calling the Gold Card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
And it's going to have to be a lot of wealthy, rich immigrants.
Americans have given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
Keep some heads roll.
Gotta happen.
And any federal bureaucrat who resists this change will be removed from office immediately. Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
Are they, though?
Well, not their bureaucrats anymore. Just ours.
No.
We want our bureaucrats.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there. They're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hey, what are these tax cuts?
Yeah,
You're gonna
let's
stop
talk
them?
about it.
Come on. Tell us. You're getting rid of the Fed.
It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan. We're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
So bad.
Man, they muted the claps on that one. Don't let them think that. God damn it, don't let them think that. What do you think? No
And I
income.
also want to make interest payments on car loans tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America. And by the way, we're going to have growth in the auto industry like nobody's ever seen. Plants are opening up all over the place. Deals are being made. Never seen. That's a combination of the election win and tariffs. It's a beautiful word, isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all three, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
Nobody wants to drive a Honda. I guess they'll last forever.
Hey, now. Well,
Come get your Civic that'll
And
last
this
for
has taken
50
place
years.
since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country.
Okay, yeah, we'll talk about that.
In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country. First term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was. And so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st,
Daddy's birthday.
but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary
Might get a little spicy here soon.
to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada. But we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer. Thanks to our America First policies we're putting into place, we have had $1.7 trillion of new investment in America in just the past few weeks. The combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won.
Whoa!
Announced $500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China. And just yesterday, Taiwan Semiconductor, the biggest in the world, most powerful in the world, has a tremendous amount, 97% of the market, announced a $165 billion investment to build the most powerful chips on earth right here in the USA.
Dude. I mean, oh my God.
And we're not giving them any money. Your CHIPS Act is a horrible, horrible thing. We give hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people, and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
Yes, Mr. President.
Our new trade policy will also be great for the American farmer. I love the farmer. Who will now be selling into our home market, the USA, because nobody is going to be able to compete with you. Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases. And I said, just bear with me. And they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again. And this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases. And we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it. And it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too. It's all going to happen. And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on foreign aluminum, copper, lumber, and steel, because if we don't have, as an example, steel and lots of other things, we don't have a military, and frankly, we just won't have a country very long. Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff.
He built a whole football team.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff.
7 people. Slow down. The wife's hurting.
Go Razorback.
Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again. And it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. and look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much. And I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States. Melania's work has yielded incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. Thank you, John. Thank you all very much. Thank you. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast. And I want to thank Tom Homan and Christy. I want to thank you and Paul of Border Patrol. I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, well, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to. Last year, a brilliant 22-year-old nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
Nope, can't answer that one either. Can't do that one. We'll protect young, innocent girls.
Called the Laken-Riley Act. So Allison and Lauren, America will never, ever forget our beautiful Laken Hope Riley.
Oh, that's a bad shot in between there.
Yep.
Yeah. Have to crop that out later. Oh, pick her nose.
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you.
Come on, let's pull out of NATO.
I know. Let's get to the good stuff.
Media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
Did the justices get up for that one or no? They got to sit still too.
I think they have to. I think they have to sit still.
Gosh dang it!
I know.
want all the
right?
juicy ones to just interact.
Joe
Come on.
Biden didn't just open our borders, he flew illegal aliens over them to overwhelm our schools, hospitals, and communities throughout the country. Entire towns like Aurora, Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America. But there still is much work to be done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungari from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are two illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter. And earlier tonight, I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Signing live orders. You're on mute.
Can't even stand for that one.
Yeah.
Couldn't even stand for that one.
Toss the pin up there.
Thank you very much. All three savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations.
Yeah, are we going to world affairs now? We transitioning here? We got a few more shout outs left.
They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much.
He sort of looks like the uh-oh. Come on, come back here, Roberto.
Thank you, Roberto.
All right, there you go.
Mr. Roberto.
And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war on America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing. Five nights ago, Mexican authorities, because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever. But we need Mexico and Canada to do much more than they've done, and they have to stop the fentanyl and drugs pouring into the USA. They're going to stop it. I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it. And as we reclaim our sovereignty, we must also bring back law and order to our cities and towns. In recent years, our justice system has been turned upside down by radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bondi. Good luck. So important. Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you. Thank you, Cash.
Oh, no Nazi salute. Well done. Well done, guys. Nazi salute. Count is 0.
They already started very strong. They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous. The problem is the bad guys don't respect the law, but they're starting to respect it, and they soon will respect it. This also includes our great fire departments throughout the country. Our firemen and women are unbelievable people, and we'll never forget them. And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. One year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much.
I don't think we're going to get to it, bud.
Oh, he slotted it so that he
Stephanie, we're going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest. And we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
Looks like she might have moved on.
You think so?
I'm also asking for a new crime bill getting tough on repeat offenders while enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer.
You gonna get everyone standing for that? No. Okay. Love you too.
He's got the whole outfit on.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, Samanya, Ganantandra.
Hey, over here.
Yeah, I thought that's what. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
He's like, put me down, Dad.
Yeah. He's like, all right. He's like, ow.
But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago.
You can't make America and capitalism great. Because it saved that kid. You wouldn't have gotten that in Canadian healthcare. They'd be like, oh, that's too bad, eh?
Take this pamphlet, eh?
America, yeah, he'll pay for
that time. DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer actually a number of times. The police love him. The police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
Put him down. There you go.
He's like, what? What's happening? I'm not old enough to go to work.
If you can't handle a member of the Secret Service from now on, we have your kid. Comes back. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Right in the feelers. It's like, I'm going to need a portfolio on my new updated duties here.
Thank you, DJ.
Did he get everyone to stand for that?
DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. With the name Kennedy, you would have thought everybody over here would have been cheering. How quickly they forget. Our goal is to get toxins out of our environment, poisons
I love
out
the
of
jabs.
our food supply, and
Beautiful
keep
jab
our
tonight.
children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36. Think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Go get him.
Bobby with the first Nazi
Thank you.
salute tonight.
My administration is also working to protect our children from toxic ideologies in our schools. A few years ago, January Littlejohn and her husband discovered that their daughter's school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money
And
being.
now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing
that's not what I
sex
wanted to
changes
do.
on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. This Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing. And thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a 6-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point. And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But I'm pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Look at that. They're all like, yeah, got us another one.
Hey, the only smile we got out of him so far.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future.
Here we go.
As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
It can't be silver. Gotta be
gold.
And Ronald
Fort
Reagan
Knox.
wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding. And for that purpose, I am announcing tonight that we will create a new Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Reclaiming it how?
Yesterday, a large American company announced they are buying both ports around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals. The Panama Canal was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1. But that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
Give us the canal.
And we have Marco Rubio in charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong.
Oh,
Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you. He's doing a great job.
It looks like he has health ears.
I see what I mean. Dude, those ears have gotten huge.
And I also have a message tonight for the incredible people of Greenland. We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security. And we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it. We will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very large piece of land and very, very important for military security. America is once again standing strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity. And he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
Interesting.
Not standing for that one either, people. All right. Notice how the AP only positions really good news on the
I
Republic.
want to thank especially the government of Pakistan for helping arrest this monster. This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords.
All the Jews. Boy, they the good legislation.
And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes.
He broke. He's furious because they're laughing at people.
2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian young people. They're not Americans, but I want it to stop. Meanwhile, Europe has sadly spent more money buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
You think he's doing the Trump freestyle, or is he still on cue here?
He's back on cue right now. Back on cue right now.
Wouldn't that be beautiful?
Can't stand for peace. Can't stand for
It's
peace.
time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end the senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight.
It's a nice moment.
Mm-hmm.
To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you.
The daughters don't look very happy.
I mean, it's tough, man. You don't want to be just paraded around for political points either.
True.
You know, and this
Yeah.
guy died. They probably didn't agree with him for going there.
Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his 3 beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age. These workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities. These warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond.
We're going to Mars.
We're going to Mars. We're going to Mars.
And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up and we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve. My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future, because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Oh, snap. We
I
see
guess we're still staying in NATO. Okay.
we see you there, Jake. We'll get to you here in a second. Just a quick wrap up. That was President Trump's 5th time in front of Congress. Main takeaways. Let's bring Jake.
We see we're still staying in NATO.
Jake, you're gonna turn down your radio.
Here in a second. Just a quick wrap up. It was President Trump's 5th time
Don't worry.
for Congress.
I do sound good.
Main takeaways.
There's a delay up there in the mountains.
Right here, turn down your radio.
Now he's got it.
Jake's in the washing machine room. Can't let his wife know he's watching this show late at night. What are you doing? All right, well, we'll come back to you, Jake. We'll come back to you here in a minute. Main takeaway? Any takeaways you have?
I mean, we did get the thing on the taxes, but I was hoping he was gonna, well, what did we talk about yesterday? The reverse Reagan.
Yeah.
Kennedy. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're gonna have to. Jake. Yeah, let's let Jake go here.
So, anyway, you do whatever you have to do. Great show.
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate that. I'm sure I'll hear that here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, Jake doesn't deserve that.
No, we appreciate Jake calling it. We gotta figure it out though. Like I don't know. I've never had that with a caller before. Have you?
No.
That type of delay? No. So I'm sure it's something on my end. So I apologize to you guys if
I think let him back in because I think he wants to say "Go Big Red." I don't know.
Yeah, go Big Red.
Wait, can you can hear us now or?
Yeah, I can.
Oh, welcome aboard. All right, you're here.
Cool. Great. Fantastic show.
Jake, you don't just get to come on here and say fantastic show and then peace out. We're gonna play with your mind now since you've jumped on the podcast for the Curious Mind. So let me just ask you, as someone, politics isn't your main life. When you see Trump give a speech like that, like what's your gut feeling telling you?
Gut feeling. Watching him just walk through the room, gave his first speech, a couple of speeches. And then watching just the crowd themselves, not even watching the standard of how people, the split in half.
I feel
nice to see that at least half the country in the House, as young as they may be, stand up and be proud. And then it went over a lot of other shit. So
I feel like the last time I saw all of Congress stand up and applaud for a president was when we said we were going to war with the country. That's like the last time I remember everyone standing up, being like, "Yeah."
That's the only time.
No, not necessarily. I mean, watching just this universal house. Sorry, knowing furnace finally shut off. Just watching the house itself and who actually stood up with the president to give that applause. I didn't even see that with Biden, Kamala, and Obama. Just that whole, I mean, it might just be the whole Trump thing, his stance. So,
Well,
yeah, of course.
I get the bipartisan stuff, but at the same time, like when someone's family was killed and there's a little bit of justice done to make them feel at least some closure, we can't stand for that. We can't applaud that moment. It seems just a little bit ridiculous.
Right.
But that is politics.
What was your guys' take?
I thought my favorite take was that he put all the blame on Marco Rubio if things go wrong. And then he told him that he didn't like the fact that out of all the people he tried to get into his cabinet, Marco was the easiest.
Yeah. That's what I took away too.
That's my favorite. He's like, "Hey, Marco." No, but we love Marco. We love him.
How about this? Trump is really just trying to build the American dream as a business.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what it seems.
It's
Well, that's
gonna
what we
fail.
are, though,
It's
isn't
gonna
it?
fail because Trump, in his business sense, has failed. But that's all he knows. That is all he knows.
How to fail?
Not to fail, but to profit. So I don't know. It's gonna be a sketchy thing, is my assumption. I've been in trades for a long time, so
There's so many, of course, with politicians, like there's always self-interest being served, right? And I expect that from Trump and his administration. Like, people are going to want to take care of their pockets and take care of their friends' pockets. But it's the first time in 20 years we've had a change of power from that corruption. So for 20 years, the people whose pockets have been getting lined for 20 years. And the whole point of switching out of government is to have different people line their pockets and to keep it semi-honest by electing different corruption to the presidency. And we haven't had that because Republicans and Democrats have
both have been lining their pockets all the same
through the whole time.
Of course,
yes.
This is going to be a brand new change. Change the system. You're going to get down lurkers. Like, I don't know if you guys watched the people in the background.
Yeah.
They were all just like downvoted. And then you got the praisers, like people like Trump likes to put on a show.
Does.
But the people that downtrodden,
all the Democrats walked out at one point.
Yeah, they did.
Almost at the end.
But just the downside of it, yeah, I mean, basically, the Democrats don't really want to see the positives until they see the product.
Oh, they don't see nothing. They hate just because they hate.
It does. I mean, it does seem that no matter what happens, unless there is some sort of war that can line their pockets, they're just never going to give Trump his kudos.
War, especially because of the run they went on. If you think about it, that run, that 4 years they just went on was, I mean, just America got shitted on. They got profited. They stacked their pockets, and he wants to reverse it and give it back to the people. He wants to, build that strength again. So it'll be interesting because they don't want that. I mean, they want it back to, hey, how can I put, millions and millions in my pocket, when my salary is $100,000 or whatever. Now I'm going to have to live off of my honest wages that I actually get paid to do this fucking job. And I don't even want to do this job. I got in this thing to get fucking greased up like a fat little pig. So,
well, of course. I mean, that's gonna be what it is. I mean, that's been
package. I take $85,000 right now to leave my job.
Well, that's been Trump's package, his own fucking thing. He got handed to him.
Well, I mean, there's been.
I mean, he's looking out for the best of each individual, but he's not looking out for the best individual. I've been traveling for a while, and everybody's been doused by not Trump, but his business. So that's why I've kind of been holding my thoughts on the whole thing is of learning and watching and seeing. This is his second term, and tell you the truth, I'm excited.
I think that whole business thing, you hear that.
For a minute.
Yes, I agree with the caller off to the screen. But I think that whole business thing is really, it's this form of propaganda being used because when Trump ran, everyone knew Trump. Trump had his name over all the buildings. He was a media legend. His personal business has always been successful. Now, his endeavors, taking over businesses that were failing and then, shorten the system and selling them. Okay. But I don't feel he wants to short America and then peace out.
Not going to short America.
He genuinely believes he was saved by God to get America back on track. And, this removal of an income tax and a removal of overtime. Like, can you imagine? I get taxed almost $1,300 a week in overtime. Overtime.
To say it's only 5 hours.
$2,000 a week.
Yeah.
If you want to look at numbers on that point, $2,000 a week minus fucking almost $1,000 in fucking health insurance. If you want to look at that point.
Well, and that's the thing. This is all part of the scam, right? Like, health insurances can't exchange between states. Who made that law? Why can't they? They can do it. Everyone else can operate in between states. Why can't health insurance? Why can't car insurance? Why can't, and it's because there's these bureaucracies that created laws so that
state law. So now we're going down that rabbit hole.
Well, and the thing, here's the thing: if your state wants to adopt, can a state adopt only one company? That's antitrust laws.
Yes and no. It comes down to like working on the state level.
Because that's what we have now. We have with Obamacare, these states are funded to supply only certain types of clinics. And so then you get to dictate what clinic to choose that will receive Medicaid. And so I think there's like a problem where we open it up to everyone.
And then it snowballs down to the effect of where each state is into a average.
No, I think
correct.
Yeah, if you've got let's say if you've got Illinois charging you $250, but there's a company in Iowa that will charge you $60.
But that's the next door neighbor, so therefore you involve in the same tax.
So now let's change it around. Let's say, there's a law preventing Iowa companies to sell to an Illinois company for insurance. So let's say you just remove that law. And I believe that's on the federal level. So you get that and you say, no, insurance companies can go anywhere. Yep. So now that insurance company has to compete with the next door neighbor who's charging $60, and it's going to level out to an affordable rate by process of elimination. Right now, you're creating mini monopolies in each state by Blue Cross Blue Shield Minnesota, Blue Cross Blue Shield North and South Dakota.
But yes, you're creating all these mini monopolies, which will hear from a dive. It could be down or up on that point. But what about the Social Security aspect? Members that have been a part of the Social Security since what, 300 years old?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That's wild.
Well, and I listened to an interesting clip on that. Elon Musk went into it with Rogan, and what he said, it wasn't that they were applying for Social Security, but the background check to see if a person was alive or not went through Social Security. That was the only check. So if you just left that person alive and filed for Medicaid or health insurance or any of these other government benefits, SNAP, all that, it would do one check to Social Security. And if it said you were alive, that was it. You got all those benefits. So you weren't reaping Social Security, but you were reaping all the benefits from the Social Security. So that's why you have like 1.5 million people over the age of 100. So, and you wonder, was that going to illegal immigrants? Was that going to illegal voters? Is that where this is coming
I
from?
bet it was. It had to have. With those numbers, the way they bounced off, unless it was just a bunch of people living off their grannies and great grandparents, for food benefits and whatnot, which I don't put it past them too, but I would think a lot of it was illegal immigrants finding a loophole, just like everything else, and just making it slide in there. And then Elon came in with Doge and was like, there ain't nobody in this motherfucker 300 years old, 200 years old. Like, what are we doing? All the government did was, hey, there's this loophole with what you said, Corey. Let's use this, and eventually nobody will find it. Well, audit season came and corruption time came to an end, and it stood out like a sore thumb.
So with all those loopholes, won't that fall back into it might counterinduct to back taxes on those families?
So, well, he discussed that. He goes, because is that fraud or is it waste? You know, there's your legal definition that you're going to find in courts. And so it might just be better to just wipe the slate clean, go after maybe a few, what they call them, patsies. You know, get a few patsies so the American people feel better about themselves. And then now you have the technology installed to never happen again.
So with everything said, what's the taxes on, say, what do you think is going to happen with the non-tax of overtime and tips?
You cut up there.
What's that going to look like on us?
Depends on what the house doesn't pass. It's already in order.
Give me one quick second. Can you hear me?
It's cutting out everything.
Oh, okay.
I think my phone might be back.
May I hang up and call again? Let's play a little music break, all right? Take a little break. Jake, call back in. We'll take a little music break. Give us, let's see, any requests? Or my pick here? Candy Shop by 50 Cent.
Let's do it.
All right, Candy Shop, 50 Cent. Maybe hang up and reconnect. I'll take care of some stuff over here, and we'll be back in 4 minutes sharp.
I take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, into the candy shop. Yeah, want one taste of what I got. I have you spending all you got. Come on, keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, go ahead with your way. How do you want it? You gon' back that thing up, or should I push up on it? Temperature rising, okay, let's go to the next level. Dance floor jam-packed, hot as a tea kettle. I'll break it down for you now, baby, it's simple. If you be a nympho, I'll be a nympho. In the hotel or in the back of the rental, on the beach or in the park, it's whatever you win. Got the magic stick, I'm the love doctor. Had your friends teasing you about how sprung I got you. Wanna show me you can work it, baby, no problem. Get on top and get to bounce around like a low rider. I'm a seasoned vet when it come to this shit. After you work up a sweat, you can play with the stick. I'm trying to explain, baby, the best way I can. I'm melting your mouth, girl, not in your head. Take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, into the candy shop. Want one taste of what I got. I have you spending all you got. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, what we do, and where we do, the things we do, are just between me and you. Yeah, oh yeah. Give it to me, baby, nice and slow. Climb on top, ride like you in a rodeo. You ain't never heard a sound like this before, cause I ain't never put it down like this. Soon as I come through the door, she get the pulling on my zipper. It's like it's a race, who could get undressed quicker. Isn't it ironic how erotic it is to watch her in thongs? Have me thinking about that ass after I'm gone. I touched her, right spot at the right time. Lights on, the lights off, she like it from behind. So seductive, you should see the way she whine. Her hips in slow-mo on the floor when we grind. Long as she ain't stopping, homie, I ain't stopping. Dripping wet with sweat, man, it's on and popping. On my champagne campaign, bottle after bottle is on. Then we gon' sip till every bubble and every bottle is gone. Take you to the candy shop. I let you lick the lollipop. Go ahead, girl, don't you stop. Keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa, into the candy shop. Yeah, want one taste of what I got. I have you spending all you got. Come on, keep going until you hit the spot. Whoa. and trash to the secretary, say, yeah, partner, come on over here. Mustard and stuff, pimp, rubber, me spindles with a rag, and walking home in soggy old shoes. But with them steady depressing, low down my mess and working at the car wash blues.
You know a man of my ability, he should be smoking on a big cigar.
But till I get myself straight, I guess I'll just have to wait in my rubber suit of rubber and these tars.
Well, all I can do is to shake my head. You might not believe it is true.
Oh, working at the end on Niagara Falls, there's a undiscovered Howard Hughes. So baby,
don't expect to see me with no double martini and in my highbrow society news. Cause I got them steadily depressing, low down line messing, working at the car wash blues.
I mean, you just can't go wrong with a little Jim Croce and Elvis Presley AI.
You can't. That was fantastic, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's move you up here. People just need to see my forehead.
I gotta go dark for a
Above
second.
your forehead, by the way.
Okay, we'll go there. We'll go there.
Hey, May, how you doing?
May had to go dark for a minute. He's taking care of a business on the side because he's just killing it in life right now.
Yeah, there you go.
Man, the problem is like what we were talking about is just one tiny little aspect that he's got to fix, and there's so much like stuff that.
The one thing I haven't questioned though is when he referenced Kennedy. Did you see the house just? Poof. I mean, the way he built it up to the Kennedy voice and stuff like that, or what that when he dropped it, it was. If all it is just to name drop Kennedy into any reference in the House for the Democrats on the Republican side is just dumbfounded. Kennedy was on the Republican side when he was in office. That was a long time ago.
No, he was a Democrat.
I know he was a Democrat, but
yeah,
he was on both sides.
I mean, his values would be considered Republican by today's standards, Yeah. But back then he was a true blue Democrat, and the corruption was the Republican Party. And, there's something you're right about hitting that point, Jake, because there is something about Kennedy coming on board with Trump at the last minute that pushed Trump over the edge. And I think they recognize that. But what Kennedy was saying was stuff people have been saying for a long time.
No, I agree with you. I mean, he's been back and forth. I mean, he's been debauchering the whole pharmaceutical age. He's been debauchering the Fauci stuff and everything. So it even goes beyond. Past that, like when you go into the dateline.
Well, it's questioning the science. Maha, make America healthy again.
I know.
Well, and that's the thing, though. Like to question the science. Like, what are we questioning the Catholic Church tradition here? What that is not science. Science.
Catholic Church is not science, though.
Well, but science is like taking on this cult where like, what is listen to the science? Well, who chooses the science? 3 journals in all of. I didn't hear what she said.
I cut her off.
No, but I mean, there's like 3 journals, and if they publish your work, that's considered science.
Yes.
And you're telling me that those are institutions that have not been infected by DEI, I think, by pharmaceutical heads. I mean, there's the ex-CEO of Pfizer is going around telling everyone COVID-19 is killing people. That's the ex-head of Pfizer, and you won't hear about it anywhere.
But also, too, I mean, they're coming out with now there's COVID X-22 or whatever that's starting to hit the airwaves.
And that's the thing. Like, why do we have bioweapon labs? Why are we learning to make a super parasite?
Let's look at Maui. What happened on the Hawaiian front?
You mean with the fires?
Yes. That's chemical warfare. That's either us testing our equipment or somebody else testing their equipment.
And what is with the amount of storms this year? I mean, we're in the heartland of America here, the heartbeat of America here in Kansas City, Missouri, and there is this huge storm that has cycled all the way from the Gulf Coast all the way up to the Great Lakes and circled back down in a reverse Candy King shape, and we're going to get hit with a blizzard.
So you guys got hit with the blizzard, right? If you're talking about that, we got hit with a dry storm. Pretty much, Santa Claus came down. He was going to dump a whole bunch of snow, and then he chuffed his chafe, if you want to call it that way.
That's what I mean, Jake. I mean, like,
Aspen didn't get shit for snow this year.
It just seems like there is, and when you control.
I'm on the mountaintop. So.
Yeah. Well, but that, there's this cloud seeding program that's been going on.
It's been going around,
but it just got stopped mostly.
So, what do you think about all the money that Trump has been talking about?
What do you mean? That's been wasted?
As in Doge exploding
Doge
all
is
this.
separate from Trump.
I know Doge. I know. Sorry.
So there's two things I think about it, because it's a good question. The first thing, I think it's a brilliant move by Trump, because you have to have these old computer systems and be able to communicate with each other, right? And that's essentially what Elon is doing. And in the process of updating communication, that's where he's finding where this money is being spent, because for the first time, these systems can all talk to each other.
Right.
So now the second stroke of genius is by putting it on Elon, everyone talks about who in the media.
They're going to talk about, that's why we're getting claims that Elon just had a 14th fucking child.
Which leaves Trump alone to do his stuff. So it's really a brilliant.
It's a scapegoat.
It's a brilliant move. He installed, and Elon obviously was willing to take this on after
Trump,
the assassination.
If you look at it in jest, Trump is basically using Elon as a bishop.
Yes, he's using him to update the computer systems and find fraud. At the same time, he works as this boogeyman creature that everyone can blame it on, and because Elon can take it. He's a troll. He's dealt with trolls his whole life, and let's be honest, liberals are not good trolls. So it's not anything to him what they're trying to do. So I think that was the double-sided sword here. Is Trump can go and deal with Britain. He can deal with this war in Ukraine, and Elon can take the scapegoat and drop, he's been dropping this information on X for, the last 6 weeks. And so to finally find where this money is going, what he's doing is he's shutting down all these organizations that they used to fund their political campaigns in America. These were illegal ways.
Across the world.
Not only across the world, but shell companies within the United States were getting USAID. And those, like, that's what you talked about, Stacey Abrams, like, transitioning a bunch of funds.
Hold on. Just hold that thought. My wife is full on more informative than I am. I'm just the face of the speaker.
Hell no.
Yes.
If you want to play that note.
No, that's awesome. Couple that screams together stays together.
Yeah, as a couple, I lost track of the whole fucking thing, so I'm trying to get back involved. So this is where I'm at.
Yes. Well, no, man. Like, I
So
appreciate
if you hear a voice coming from the background, that's just my wife.
she's your Flavor Flav.
So anyway, back on this money trail, how they're going about it is it's interesting.
I'm okay with it.
It's very interesting to see how it's going to backtrack, and as deeper as they go. I mean, does that mean that no? Does that mean that family has to pay certain back taxes?
No, it's not even going to go there. We're way beyond.
Or are
that.
we just going to wipe a clean
It's
slate?
going to be the golden age. It's going to be a reset of its own. No, just kidding. Not really. But
It's going to be better. It's going to be the sequel, but better.
yeah.
I think there's going to be a handful of people in each section that take the axe for this and face legitimate time. But I feel for the most part, they're going to need people to turn witness for them, right? And so those people all get to walk. So like right now, there's a battle on in the FBI for James Comey to turn state witness. So, and that's going to be like that in every department. You're going to have to pressure some people to go state's witness, and they're going to get off.
40 days in.
And that's true too. We're like 6 weeks in and he's done this much. And, I mean, I've never seen a president do this much in my lifetime. Ever. But at the same time, like it's not over yet either. Like the Democrats got punched in the face the first 6 weeks. They have not handled this 6-week cycle well. And now they have to figure out where their stand is. Are they going to stand with transgenders' rights in Georgia? Or are they going to stand with the Ukrainians? They can't take on both. They're losing all their money to defend these. You see,
let them though. Let them get fucking drained.
Yep.
I mean, I agree with you guys. I mean, letting them drain and stuff, but just watching them. I mean, look at it in this aspect, as in Trump finally came back into office. He's actually taking care of stuff. Now, is the whole Doge thing that's separate of the Democrat and our Republic? Is that separate? Yes, it is. But they're finding certain finances that where the fuck is this money going from? Sorry.
You can cuss. You can say fuck.
I can say fuck. Thank you, man. Go big red. Hell yeah. We're on this pathway of finding out where our money is actually going for as a taxpayer.
Well, look, the Democrats could have done Doge too. They just chose not to because they knew how greasy and bottomless they were. So anyone could have done this Doge, this self audit, that Elon's doing. It's just they didn't. The Democrats were definitely not going to do it because they knew how deep they were in. So especially with the illegal immigrants and everything else, because they needed that money to cover all that freeloading that was going on.
Sorry, mate. My wife is right behind me. She's
in front of you.
In front of me. Sorry, she's
Is she holding the camera?
No, I'm holding the camera. I'm using her phone. Sorry. I took a break from politics and finances and stuff like that. Just kind of focused on stuff. My wife kind of picked up on it, and then she's been balls deep into it. So here we're at. So
well,
she
that's
might
never
catch
good.
stuff.
That's never good, Jake. You don't want your wife balls deep in anything. So you're going to have to get control of this situation immediately.
No, well, I got one thing I'd like my balls deep into. So
okay. No, let's.
Okay.
Hey, that's my fault. I led you there. I apologize.
He's just drinking out of the water fountain. You let him to.
Yes, the thing.
All right, boys. Let's get back to what we were talking about. On the financial shit, though, I really don't know where this money is going to dissipate. If I'm glad they're finding problems in our structure Of course, we've had so many different programs
Everybody counts.
that has failed.
There's a couple of problems because you're going to have a bunch of money flood back into the market by closing this. So that's a huge deal, and that will inflate the dollar. Now I know Trump's aware of this, and he believes tariffs are his way out of that, right? So like the tariffs get eaten, the extra money gets eaten up in tariff.
Oh, while you boys are listening to your stuff, Trump already has had negotiations before the meeting with Canada and Mexico, and I guarantee you, if I'm wrong, you guys can call Jake's wife out. Tariffs will be done in 2 days. Less than that.
What do you mean by that?
They've already come to another deal. It'll be pushed off again.
Yeah, so this is hard negotiation tactics right now being used by Trump against. He's threatening to bomb inside of Mexico, and he announced that.
That is going to be a problem.
I don't. Why? Why?
Why?
Trump is going to?
Yeah,
Where do you think America gets their work from?
Listen, just because you're part Mexican doesn't mean you can stand up for George.
Whoa.
He's not, but I am.
It's time to strengthen these whites and get them back in the workforce.
He's not bombing Mexicans randomly. He's bombing cartels inside of Mexico. And
it's a silent bomb, Corey.
What do you mean
he's not
silent?
breaking a major bomb. It's not like he's going to drop a bomb.
It's not going to happen.
He is threatening.
No, he's actually legitimately probably going to drop just a silent bomb into their financial trade, their money trade.
He ain't going to bomb a neighbor. Goodness. If he does, you can call me wrong on that shit too.
As a business planner, as a worker, or whatever, that's what I would do.
We're just going to make Canada our fucking 51st bitch.
Well, it's
all right.
Flavor Flav's get control of Flavor Flav back there. All right. Talk about Bob in Mexico. We'll get to Greenland here.
Not Bob in Mexico, but Canada will be our state.
It's,
you know,
I think
you want Trudeau to be your master.
I am 100% for if the cartels are harassing, I'll give you an example, and this was 10 years ago before it was everyone talked about it, and that was Polaris moved jobs to Mexico, and all of their side-by-sides were getting robbed by cartel. At least one truck a week got robbed by cartel, and they lost a semi, and they accounted that into their budget.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, let's if they're robbing us and then turning around buying fentanyl from China and selling it across the border and trafficking humans in the process to make a side gig, let's just bomb them. I mean, let's just drop a couple bombs on their faces.
You don't want to do that.
Now you say no, but that is why Trump designated them a terrorist organization. That legally gives him right to bomb them.
Silent bomb.
No, not a silent bomb. Legally gives them a right to bomb them like they do ISIS, Al Qaeda. If you're designated as a terrorist organization.
So everybody coming from Canada illegally.
I honestly believe in my heart he would do that in America. That's what I think.
Babe.
I am 100% for. Listen, the cartel owns that country.
Talk no action unless you're talking about Saudi Arabia or some fucking where over there where there's actual.
Do you guys want to talk to my wife?
No.
Put her on.
Over. I'm done.
Put Tulip on.
Okay. Then shush.
Yes. I mean, come on, Jake. You need to take off a slipper and beat her.
Anyway,
Jake, blink if you're in danger.
Yes.
I'm never in danger. I always accept it.
Looking to the left. He's looking to the left, everyone.
No, I actually look to the right. It's the right boob I love.
That's okay. All right. So back here. So when you do we want to delve down? May, any thoughts on bombing Mexican cartels in Mexico?
I don't
gotta get rid of them.
Bomb Mexican cartels. I think it's just
Not if they're civilians or.
But how do you control the cartel? You need to control the cartel. You need to nip it in the butt. How you going to nip it in the butt? Just going into
You make Mexico do it themselves, just like they just did.
Mexico won't do anything.
Mexico's too scared to do it.
They don't. Yeah, their military's fighting their cartel
and losing.
It's just stories.
Listen, we'll clear out Mexico.
stories that they're talking.
We'll clear out.
I don't want the corn tortillas and the carne
It's not
asada
pretty on that
to
front,
go.
but dropping bombs, no, it's hand fair at the border. Okay. Build the fucking wall.
All right, enough. Stop.
Build the wall with turret guns that have face recognition, and there you go.
So on the money aspect of going out to say Canada, going to Canada, what is your guys' thought?
There's something weird. Listen, there's something weird going on here because tied in with Canada is this obsession with Greenland. So if he wants Canada and Greenland, why he wants control of the whole northern hemisphere. That's the plan here.
And we talked about that yesterday with the ice melting and the travel ways up through Canada and Greenland. We need it.
It is America. And therefore, I mean, what happens when ice glazes over your grass? What happens when ice grazes over your vegetables in your fields, and then you start to plow them and get turned? What's going to happen? It's a natural nutrient.
You want to handle that one, Chris?
I'm lost. What are we talking about with ice and grass?
Oh, sorry. Never mind. That's just Nebraska. That's my bad.
Well, I mean, like, there's.
What does that got to do with Canada?
Oh, warfare. We're talking about warfare. I got going on talking about fields and farming. I'm ready for corn. Sorry.
I mean, I heard this stat today on Larry Brock Jr.'s X Space, and he said, and this is a guy in the military for 29 years. He said one state's National Guard would defeat Canada. So I mean,
is it Alberta? Who runs the power up there? Fucking Canada.
Ontario,
whatever.
Can we all agree we'll rename it once we take it over?
Yeah.
No, it's actually not really Ontario. I think it really.
Actually, I like the.
I think it
they
still
are red.
falls
All
into
that
the.
is red. It's the fucking eastern side, fucking Montreal and fucking.
I still think it falls.
The French side.
I
think the Britain side, and they're fucking
enough.
That's good.
Because Vancouver is pretty much
I still
Seattle
think it falls
north,
into the British
Well, yeah, Vancouver falls in like Washington.
or the French. No, it's
No,
British.
yeah, the British own.
Yeah, British owns the metropolis of Canada.
See, they say Trump has a 12-year plan. Now, let me ask you something. If all of a sudden gas goes down to 99 cents, you're not getting taxed overtime or income tax, are you going to vote for a third term for President Trump?
Fuck yes, I would.
Gas is if he's gonna drill like he wants to, gas will go up to like
Drill, baby, drill. I'm
$5 a gallon.
old oil field family. Let's go.
Why would gas go up if we're using our own supply? That's what he did last time, and it dropped it down to like, what was it, $1.29?
but what's that going to
No,
hit?
but, that's an unimaginable price that, I don't think it would ever hit less than $1.
So
if it got under $2 again, we'll start with that.
So say you own an oil field in your backyard.
I would not be.
But you gotta worry about the liberals.
Because oil a barrel's got to stay at like below $90 a barrel to keep gas at the
So do
pump
we want instant money or do
under
we want cash
$3.
money?
Wait, did you guys
That
not hear
has-
about the pipeline going up in Alaska?
Just a sec, I want to address what Chris said here because he is an oil man, so he knows.
Stop. Sorry.
Chris, what did you just say there about oil?
Oil's got to stay below $100. It's got to be in that sweet spot at like 75 to 80 or 90. I can't remember, to keep gas prices in the twos. at the pump. If we go into a huge, massive boom, because all I remember every boom I was a part of in the oil field, and I was making $200,000-$300,000, we were paying 4, 5. I mean, gas prices were retarded; they were high. So that's just the give and take in this whole thing, because those companies will get greedy and they'll chalk up oil to the hundreds, where if it's at hundreds, the people at the pump lose. So you got to find that sweet spot of that 75 to, I think, low 90s or 80s, I think even, that keeps gas at the pumps in the 2s to the low 3s. So that's what you want.
To
So
hit those 3s and 2s. I mean, how are we going to hit that with this younger people coming in?
What are the younger people going to do with it? You just got to drill and you got to regulate it properly. You can't allow greed to come into it and just run it amok.
It's that Trump is trying to implement in my point of view, hit the trades, bring it back, bring the trades back and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What do you think about May, Chris? I was just so curious. What do you think about OPEC? Because last time he did this in his first 4 years, he got OPEC to agree to lower their rate, and they were putting a squeeze on Russia and I heard this on the No Agenda show, like Russia can operate at 15, like between 55 and 65 per barrel, and we have to operate, like you were saying, between that 70 and 80 range.
Yeah.
OPEC inflated or deflated, and that's why when we drill and build our reserves, the inflation and deflation of OPEC shouldn't bother us, right?
Shouldn't.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
they'll either dump a bunch of it in and mess with the numbers, or they'll squeeze it, like you said, and it just goes up and down.
So is there a way to regulate that?
I don't know. I don't.
I mean, you can probably push the numbers in, your retail or whatnot.
Well, I'm curious, like if you open up to a bunch of new oil companies and you don't just let the same ones get all the contracts, I'm curious if that would help stabilize the price or not.
I don't think it would.
Because I guess I don't know who the main.
I really don't think it would. Because even if you implement, say you have your grandma, your mama company that's implement, say, on one field, and then they have to issue your sub companies, your subs out. I don't think it would make it easier. The taxation would probably be higher. Because as many hands that touch the pot, won't that pot get tarnished?
Well, I think that's the point of Doge, right? Is you're cutting out the hands that touch the pot, and you're streamlining the process, so you're not waiting 12 years to get denied for research and development. We're not going to start cooking, I think, until year 3. Honestly, maybe end of year 2, but we're going to go through a rough little period right now, and it's going to, because here's the thing, like we have lost our military. We had that colonel on, and he said the whole military now needs to be remilitarized because it had been so infected with DEI that all of the people with experience got pushed out. And so that's why you're seeing all these operational failures. And so that will take at least 10 years. That's how bad of shape our military is in right now. And that's coming from a guy that spent 30 years, lieutenant colonel. And then on top of that, we have to rebuild our economy because Europe's already playing dirty games with us, not letting us fuel up, or, supposedly, I don't know if that's true or not, but putting tariffs on all of our stuff. And here Russia is saying, hey, we'll go 50-50 on this stuff. Work with us. We're not going to play these games with your politics. We'll just do whatever, what you promised to do. Put it on paper. And so I think that transition period where we decouple from Europe money and build up our own industry with an alliance with China and Russia, which I think is going to happen. Like we're going to pretty much turn a blind eye to. Go ahead.
BRICS too.
Okay, never mind. I'll let my wife go.
I was just throwing that in there as well. Trump's trying to end the BRICS.
Yes.
Which ends the American dollar being whatever it is. Yeah.
Well, here's the problem: if you're
important in that part.
If you're one of these countries, like Trump is only there for 4 years, so how good can you take America's word that they're not going to fuck you over from 4 years from now?
Well, that also goes back to where the American dollar has been. Where's this back on the American dollar?
Yeah, that Fort Knox stuff stopped being discussed, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
there was
the
no
whole
go.
world is ran on. I mean, if you look at it, the whole world is ran on the American dollar because it's been that way since what 1931.
I don't remember when I think it was after World War II, the petrodollar.
Was it after World War II?
I think it might have been after World War One. I'm not for sure on the timeline. That's a good question, actually. But I'm not.
If you didn't have my phone, I would have asked. Okay.
Yeah, a research director has passed out. So,
but you're right, though. We got to end that relationship with Europe. We got to.
What does Europe give us? Like, honestly,
Exactly.
besides wine and cheese.
Well, it's kind of what I find funny in the last 10 years is we were all hitting that one world bureaucracy. Or bureaucracy, as my wife would put it. And that failed. That went to shit after
This election, really? I mean,
I mean, that went to shit when Obama got into office and when Bush Jr. took his presidency. So
Bush
the
Jr.
whole bureaucracy
Vice versa, but
of America running the world went to shit because they backed their dollar on the gold in the state of in the start of it, and then they sold it to they got rid of the gold.
Well, here's the thing. Our dollar is not backed by gold; it's backed by military strength, specifically naval military strength, and so that's
back that.
But and that's the thing. That's what these nations have figured out. Hey, if we can build missiles that can take out their naval ships, that opens up currency trade to half of the world.
That's why we lost to Panama. That's why we lost certain trades with other countries.
Panama, that's good.
It's not even just Panama. We lost trades with certain countries.
There are certain things that are in talks where the countries are now doing for themselves what they should have been doing all along.
Yeah, well, and that's just it. What were we doing?
The fun stopped. Sorry. Yeah.
Why were we doing this to pay Europe? What has Europe done for us? Nothing but start wars.
Vacation in America.
And bitch about it, about how fat our food is. Yeah,
We're so mad.
Europe
is.
No.
It's
Listen, y'all want to keep starting these wars over here, then we got to come over here and help you, little bitch ass. You run your mouth, and then
But
and
at the
then
same time, America can't keep doing that.
Oh, exactly.
We've been doing that for what, 40, 50 years?
Feeding into their stuff, and now it's over.
Let's
get us straight here. I work too fucking hard to pay too much money in what I pay. I pay more taxes than
hold on.
most,
Sorry, guys.
so,
Just shift it real quick.
Do not.
You as a tax person, I'm just asking my wife. Says, you as a tax person, how do you feel about America going to feed all the money to what they're doing?
Absolutely not.
Outside of our country that you can't do.
Certain things, maybe. It depends on what we're talking about. I don't know. if the food and all that is already there, don't let it sit there and rot in a container.
But
Feed it out.
if that's
But
what it's doing, are you going to keep on feeding it?
if you have to turn in your paperwork to make sure that you're like, hey, we need these funds for these certain reasons, and they can prove
Okay,
it, then
so
fine.
if you pay your tax money to feed, say, Samael to go through tech community, even though he's not doing tech community, are you going to keep on feeding it?
I don't know.
So are you going to feed a Ukraine war, even though
No,
it's
you
a
know that.
sabotage?
Yeah.
Are you going
No.
to keep on doing it?
I don't want to
Absolutely
give
not.
my tax money to fucking anybody. Okay, that's where it's at. I want
Yeah.
that
Okay,
money
are
to
you
go
gonna
back
give
to
your
me.
to help these guys build their podcast?
Well, obviously that.
I don't know.
That's a write-off.
Yeah, that's a write-off. We provide essential value.
Right?
Listen, you guys had more fun tonight than you ever had at a movie theater together. So, and what did that cost you? Exactly $100 after popcorn, and we know you got popcorn, extra butter.
I miss you guys.
Miss you, buddy.
You guys have been doing a fantastic show. With all, I'm gonna wait and see. I really just want to wait and see before I give my actual opinion. I mean, it's only been March, so 3 months, 2 months,
True.
month and a half, 2.5 months of Trump's presidency, and he's actually doing a lot more than what he.
Supremacy.
No, I said pres. Okay, yes.
What else do you need to
He's
see,
throwing
though?
your-
I mean, what else do I need to see? I'm just watching. I mean, see where it goes into, because now he's getting the House. He has the House and the Senate. Just kind of see where things are going to sit and realign. I'd rather just sit and watch.
In a perfect world, what does Trump have to do to be like, you know what? All in. Third term, Third Reich.
Do you
Well,
want
they have to? They would have to allow that to happen in the first place,
let me-
right?
He's got Congress.
I read something.
And he does
earlier
have that
where
one.
the
Was it a
president get
congressman that
president
put it up
term,
for?
And I have to actually look that up. I could totally be wrong.
Sorry, I talked over you, May.
Damn it.
Sorry,
No,
May. You
no.
say.
Let your wife go. I was just Corey was saying Trump could run for a third, which I mean I know
heard,
that
I was
there
reading
was
a
a
law or something, or where it was one certain circumstance where it happened, but you have my fucking phone, so I can't do no research.
Stop,
You've let us all down.
May. What'd you say? Sorry.
No, I mean it'd be interesting to see if Trump can get a third term. I know it was discussed. I know several politicians have brought it up, trying to put it in motion. But even if he doesn't, and I know that JD's got all the steam in the world for afterwards, but you never know with JD too because of his past. But I mean, I would like to see Trump get a third term because I really do think he's going to need 8 years to get this motherfucker rolling nice and tight, because 4 years, the Democrats are getting their asses wiped on the floor like a dog with worms. They're not going to let this shit happen again in 4 years. I don't think. There's just no way.
Well, if you're taking away all their funding and way to illegally solicit funds, you've taken away their ability to campaign and the way they've become accustomed to campaign. You know what I mean?
No,
So
they're going to have to get creative for sure. They're going to have to find a different way. But
So, I mean, say if we didn't vote for Trump for a third term, right? A third term. What if Trump is actually grooming Vance as the new face?
Vance has issues because he's a warmonger for China. And he acts in a way where he is very comfortable.
I mean, I know we want Barron.
Yeah, we got to wait a little while for Barron.
Wait a little bit for that one.
I mean, listen. Let's worry about this 4 years. There's a lot of time left.
I don't see Trump going for a third.
I do.
likely, but never.
I wouldn't put it past him. But I think what Corey said earlier too. I think it's going to be because I know everyone's bitching now. Oh, where's my money? Where's my money? You told me Trump was getting in office. My money would be here. Just calm down a second. I think a lot of this heavy hitting will get taken. We'll really start to see in year 3. You know what I mean? 1 and 2. 1 definitely laying all the foundation, laying the bricks,
One thing I do
making sure it holds. 2, putting into motion, putting the heat, and making sure there's no cracks. And then 3rd is full bench, turn that motherfucker to high and let it run. You know,
he has to win. He's got a big task, right? So he's got 1 year. He's got less than a year. He's got 9 months now to finish getting as much stuff as he can, because next year is going to be politicking season, and he's going to have to primary the insubordinates out. So you're going to have to start in January, getting the nasty rhinos out, and you're going to have to get people that can get voted in. And if he can win the midterms, then I expect him. I mean, if he wins the midterms, then he's going to go for a 3rd term.
Okay,
for sure.
so I mean, going forward, theoretically for that 3rd term, he has to push not even us in the positive manner, but he also has to push in a negative manner to where that positive would make up.
I think if things keep turning out and stuff comes.
That's why you got to have people you can prosecute and put in jail for a long time to get people behind it. Yeah, you have to have result.
He's on the grooming aspect. That's why he's finally being able to just. That's why I want to say is actually just sit back and watch instead of, critique each and every aspect of what he's doing. Just sit back and let the man work and watch.
Yeah. Yes. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
It's second term. He's picking back up. Let the man just do his fucking job, what he wanted to do.
Yeah, but at some point, it all just becomes word vomit again if he has no actions and doesn't put some people or something to pay a price. He can't be this great locker room speech, halftime goer. We're down by 40. Let's come back and win. He's got, like Corey said, he's got to fucking put some people behind bars. People, organizations, groups, whatever, they have to pay the price. Someone has to pay the price, or all it is fucking words on a tablet. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's just,
I got
here
you.
we go again.
Part, Murray. There are some people that have to go fucking behind bars.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think if we see that, and we see the war in Ukraine stop, and we see these countries come begging back, and really it comes down to bread, right? Like, people aren't going to be happy until eggs aren't $50 $50 a dozen. Like, we have to actually see the people have to eat, and they have to not be so broken and taxed out of their freaking minds. And if he can do those two things, so you can take more money at home. They always talk about these tax breaks and how everything's better under Biden. Yeah, I was paying 3 times as much for gasoline. I was seeing none of the money, all the money I made last year just felt like what I made the year before. That was inflation. That was 24% inflation. My raise kept me at where I was, and that stuff's got to stop.
I mean, so where do you think that non-tax and tips, that non-tax in overtime, where do you think that's going to come from? Because I have a feeling that when
he said tariffs, didn't he?
I know the tariffs thing, but where's that actually going to come from, though?
What do you mean?
I mean, with tariffs.
Oh, tariffs is the answer for everything. But the truth of the matter is they don't need our income tax, and they don't need our overtime tax. That's the real ugly truth that the government hasn't been telling you. They've all these little projects they've been funding has been off of your income tax, has been off of your overtime, and so yeah, they'll give you a big job with a big paycheck with a lot of overtime, but they're going to tax $4,000 out of your paycheck a month and send it over to Colombia for transgender dance classes. And so they didn't need that money. The Social Security stuff, they didn't need to save money on Social Security because this whole time we've been supplying millions of people who are dead with benefits from it. So
you guys want to get into immigration?
are you harboring an immigrant right now? Is that why she doesn't want to be on camera?
Let's get into immigration. Take us for a spin.
Just out here in Colorado, just doing.
Well, that's not a good example because Colorado sucks. But all right.
Well, no, this is a good example of what it's like dealing with immigration.
There's a lot of immigration in Colorado, and we just hired a bunch of temps. They're from Colombia, Mexico,
Venezuela?
Yes, thank you. They're from those countries, and they just got hired on like 3 weeks ago as in temps, and they're getting paid time and a half to be there for 3 weeks.
Don't they usually pay their temps more because the temp agency takes a kickback from it?
They have to
So
pay.
it seems like they're getting paid more, but they're really not once the temp agency gets that cut.
This works in Colorado?
Fall, once everything settles, they're making less than what I do. But as a company as a whole, because I've been on a business trip, as a company as a whole, that's costing a lot of money to hire immigrants, as in they just walk into America, get their 2 years, 1 year, whatever, as a card, and they're hired through temps agencies, and they get paid more, but realistically, they're not getting paid more.
Listen, the biggest struggle, the hardest thing that they're going to have to do fixing is reversing and painting the picture of these jobs being below the American people. For forever and ever, it's all these jobs have been, oh, we're better than that. I'm above that. I'm above this. I'm above that. So we've become these spoiled fucking brats that are too good to take these jobs when our ancestors and everybody else had those jobs. So we did it to ourselves and become too good for this. So now as America, we need to refigure and program that these are the jobs here. If you are serious about wanting work, we have the work. And yeah, it's going to have to come with compensation because you're not going to be able to pay, the money here in America doesn't go as far as you can pay a Hispanic or just an immigrant in general, X amount, and they ship it back home, and it takes care of villages on villages here. So they're going to have to do two things. They're going to have to fix the way they've painted that picture for the longest time, and it's also going to have to come with a competitive wage to get people in there. If they fix it and then they still pay you $9 an hour to do it, it's not going to work, because you are right. Like, I cannot live, I can't pay for my family, I can't live off of this money here in America the way it's set up. So multiple things have to change.
And the money is artificially being held up by these companies that are holding real estate and preventing a free market to operate. So, and I think that by opening up land and being able to, the millennial population has nowhere to live. It's the largest population since boomers. It's bigger than boomers now, but they have nowhere to live because boomers aren't dead, and boomers won't sell anything. And so, and these corporations like Zillow and these BlackRock and all these corporations are holding all these properties and either renting them out at exorbitant rates or not building anything on them that's useful, just letting them sit there and decay.
Well,
And
my problem too is you get these temp hiring agencies. Yes, I've been part of a couple, but you get these temp hiring agencies, they're small time, mom and pop, whatever, but yet they stretch over certain states. They hire in a lot of laborers.
and that's the thing.
But it eats up so much labor money that they actually lose out.
But the mom and pop agency isn't, because they're skimming off the top.
But they're talking to the GCs as a job. Job ratio, right? So a job ratio, they hire in temps to pick up, your trade or my trade, whatever trade's trash off this construction site, and they're actually getting paid more than you and I. They get eaten in tax.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess
that
the problem is that could get paid back more toward America. That really, and I got a stepkid who's going through Job Corps, and I'm learning more and more about Job Corps. Like, I'm looking into it. Yes, it's more of a regime type of thing, but it's actually pretty much what America needs. You're learning to do a job.
And the sad thing is, it was always portrayed as low class work, and it forced people who wanted to be successful to go into these tech jobs. Well, now these tech jobs are gone, and the people that know how to do skilled labor is so low that they can't really build any major infrastructure quickly. They've been working on a nuclear plant for 20 years, for Christ's sakes. It has to be a cultural change, Jake. It can't just be 4 years. It has to change the entire culture. RFK needs 8 years in HHS. All of these people need
okay, yes,
to operate.
Yeah.
But Trump, I don't know. He may just run it at 4 and let it go to JD Vance, and then let the Democrats ruin it after that, and then Barron's ready to get voted in. So
they having RHJ fucking doing what he's doing. I mean, that's one person that would help out a lot.
Well, and we all have to play our part too. Like, it's not RFK isn't going to come into our house and tell us how to eat. We have to actually do the steps. We have to, make an effort to.
Goes back to your basic farming community. If you're
create a culture,
go back to if we get away from being a metro area and actually just be part of a community area and have our own area that, hey, we're going to farm or we're going to grow our own food. I mean, that would help tremendously.
And I think we are seeing that slowly. You've been talking about this for a long, long time, Jake. And I remember it was relatively new to me, and now I see it everywhere, this homestead living style. And I'm 100% for it. I think Americans going back to, listen, cities serve a purpose too, but, and so does, so do colleges and all that stuff, but we can't have it be indoctrination that wants to harm America. These people have to love America and want to fix America.
You're right. You're right on that aspect. I mean, in my opinion, cities were mainly developed for learning, for business and stuff like along those lines.
To be made.
Or just live in the city. that's where I feel like that as in a city, that's where people lose themselves.
Well, and when we talk about city, man, like we're not talking about the Skid Row in LA. You know, we're talking about still being connected to nature, and there's no nature in some of these big cities. It's just this horrible, postmodern, you know.
Well, then you got them cracks that like to put in just a big old Central Park. Yeah, that's nature. Yeah.
Well, and I mean, Central Park's beautiful, but it's still like school process. Everything has been put inside, and there's no accountability for human nature in the part of growing as well, like being connected to the earth and understanding living that life as well.
One thing before I log off, because it's about time for my bedtime.
About that, yeah.
I will say one thing. I met a 19-year-old on my job site. He's never ridden a four-wheeler, never went fishing, never even done any country boy shit. He came from, I'm going to say Colorado Springs. Great kid. Love the kid. Eager as a kid. And he has no idea what lies for his what lies ahead of him. And he's worked underneath me for about 2 months. He feels so like he's like 5 years old, like looking at a glass globe, and that's what makes me afraid of the next coming generation. Like,
you got to mentor him.
Yeah, it's all.
I know. I got that. I mean, he does exactly what I say, but it's just the pureness of this generation coming up. Like, they have like no idea, but they're eager to be outside. And I've had a mix of, say, 5 males, 5 or 4 females at the age of 18 to 20 growing up in the trade, and they're just so fucking eager. And I'm like, you guys don't know that, and they grew up in the city. So,
well, you know,
biggest joke. Here's the biggest joke. I'm just one big giant. I'm just an old redneck. I'm like, well, I'll take that with a grain of salt because I love it. I love you guys. I'll let you guys end your show. I gotta go.
Jake, thank you so much for
Jake.
Yep.
Love you guys. Love you, May.
Love you, buddy.
Big Red.
Yep. Okay. Oh.
Oh, you bastard, dude.
Yeah, you allow that on this. I allow it said once.
I know. Dang it. Should have thrown him the skull crossbones or something.
It's just, yeah. Oh yeah, you missed Elon's secret hand signal.
No, I saw it.
Oh, you didn't see that?
Yeah, yeah.
He did it twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when he was sitting there, when he was sitting, that's how his hands were positioned.
We got to look. I think that's Freemasonry, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I grew up, it was the upside down. Yeah.
What was it when you were growing up?
Just, you did this to call everybody a vagina, a big old pussy.
And with that, I think we should end the live stream. Thanks for hopping on, buddy. We got Spike going tomorrow.
Hell yeah.
Big old Spike show. We're excited. Got to talk to Lily today. That was actually a pretty fun conversation. You know what's interesting, dude? This CPS stuff. I mean, it affects everyone. It's affecting Lily's family members now as well in Denver. So this thing it takes no prisoners, and we're starting to see more and more people know someone or have family. It's more contagious than COVID.
Oh yeah.
So now's the time to root it out. But Spike, he'll be on tomorrow. We'll talk about that some more. Anything else?
No.
All right. Well, have a good night, everybody.